Hello, and welcome to the Wastelands, where everyone's a little mad and crazy, is wanting to change the world and believing you can actually do it. Last time we played this, we were still sort of on the hinterlands, collecting things and doing things an inquisitor shouldn't be doing. However, I feel like Dark has made an appropriate statement that he will not stand for the corruption of the rich and the powerful, and that he will actually stand with the people that he needs to stand with, the poor and the refugees, because ultimately, in war, there are no victors. There are only the innocent that suffer. So, having felt that for the moment he has properly secured the hinterlands, and definitely not by the influence of... Well, I was just getting to that. So I was saying, because I feel like Dark is confident that he has properly brought some security to the hinterlands, and definitely not at the advice and behest of outside forces, I have decided to slowly start working on pushing the story forward. So the first thing that I'm probably going to start with is go to the war table and go to this meeting that I had been postponing for quite some time. Yes, Thedas. Outside forces. It is definitely not them. Give me one moment. Oh. But yeah, so we are probably going to boot up. We are going to slowly progress the story and then just try and... Again, no. Not the hinterlands. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna load in, and first thing I'm going to do is go to Haven and go to the war table. Because I also think that I'm at the point where I've got a lot of good stuff for just starting the game. But I gotta start making progress at some point. So without further ado, let us jump in. Also, why is... I guess those are gone. Anyway, let us continue into the game and actually continue the story a little before we ultimately are going to make our way back to the hinterlands eventually. Also, at the end of the game, at the end of today's session, I have a special announcement. I will be announcing it over stream and over Discord. On Discord, which you can join by the link below, although I think it's just you and me for the moment, please. But on the Discord, I will post an announcement about a upcoming change to my schedule, and I will announce that at the end of today's stream. Excuse me. Hey Vic, how you doing? I'm doing alright. I decided to start actually a little bit on the main story. And I also mentioned that at the end of the stream, although I don't know if you'll be able to, be there since you do need to go to bed at some point, I am going to be making an announcement. But like I said, if you're missing it, I will also make the announcement over in the Discord where you can see it. So you can read it at your own behest. Yes. I usually try to stream at least 4 hours and then get to a point where I'm like, I can call it up here. Which could be 4 hours, 4 hours and a half, depending. But yeah, well, about. Yeah, like I said, if you can't, it's okay, I understand. I will not hold it against you. I would not dare. Or would I? Dum dum dum. Huh. It appears that someone is playing Predecessor. Hi Shady, welcome to the stream. Not much. I did a summary. I mentioned that I will be leaving the Hinterlands, so I have just left for Haven to go to the war table. And I mentioned that at the end of the stream, I have a special announcement. Well, to be fair, I have actually had Oreos in the meantime, so I already know how Oreos taste. And a brownie. And milkshake. Was it a milkshake? Yeah, it was a milkshake. No, Vic, you're not the announcement.
O Maker, hear my cry. Seat me by your
I will
side
take these injury reports to research
one
my name.
within your glory, and let the world...
And I have never had a peanut butter jelly sandwich. Do you know how rare peanut butter jelly is in the Wastelands? So, Shady. Are you ready? To go back to the Hinterlands? I'm joking. Don't worry. I am actually going to go to Val Royal. No, Shady, it is not because of outside forces that I am deciding to continue the story. It's because I feel Dark has properly secured the Hinterlands as much as he can, and now he is ready to face the Chantry in Val Royeaux. It is definitely not because outside forces have scolded me and told me I need to leave the Hinterlands. Yes. I can't smell anything, so I'm safe. By the way, can I also point out levels 4 to 7? I think I'm level 8. I might have spent a bit too much time in the Hinterlands. You know, I could now go on a rant and say, keep my damn name out of your goddamn mouth, but I'm not in slapping distance, so you don't need to worry. I don't know why that one cracked me
Having
up.
the herald address the clerics is not a terrible idea.
You can't be serious.
Mother Giselle isn't wrong. At the moment, the Chantry's only strength is that they are united in opinion.
And we should ignore the danger to the herald.
Let's ask him.
I'm starting it, aren't I? Also, why does he look like he's in his pajamas? That is a weird outfit. Anyway, I am not worried.
What can they do? It's just talk.
Don't underestimate the power of their words. An angry mob will do you in just as quickly as a blade.
I will go with him. Mother Giselle said she could provide us names. Use them.
But why? This is nothing but a...
What choice do we have, Liliana? Right now, we can't approach anyone for help with the breach. Use what influence we have to call the clerics together. Once they are ready, we will see this through.
Are you guys going to keep staying on my back? I actually showed you. I'm actually showing you right now. I'm continuing the main story. What more do you want from me? Address the Chantry in Val Royeaux. The remaining Chantry clerics have declared the Inquisition heretical. Attempts to gather allies against the breach have been rebuffed, and at the moment we could not step foot into the capital without being attacked by a mob or arrested. We must convince the Chantry to permit us entry into the city so we can show them the Herald of Andraste is not the monster they believe. Recommended levels 4 to 7, so I assume level 8 is more than enough. There. We're continuing the main story. I am a man of my word, as is Dark. Pilgrim seeking to... Oh, I think I've read that one. Talk often to your companions at your stronghold. They'll have opinions about your adventures. Not gonna lie, I am actually curious how the main story is gonna go, so I am somewhat excited to see this.
The city still mourns.
Just a guess, Seeker, but I think they all know who we are.
Your
You don't
skills of
say.
observation never fail to impress me, Varric.
I know. I hate it.
My Lord Herald.
You're one of Leliane's people. What have you found?
The Chantry Mothers await you, but so do a great many Templars.
There are Templars here?
People seem to think the Templars will protect them from the Inquisition. They're gathering on the other side of the market. I think that's where the Templars intend to meet you.
Only one thing to do, then. They wish to protect the people? From us?
Protect them from me.
You think the Order's returned to the fold, maybe? To deal with us
I didn't have time to respond.
I know, Lord Seeker Lucius. I can't imagine him coming to the Chantry's defense. Not after all that's occurred. Return to Haven. Someone will need to inform them if we are delayed.
As you say, my lady.
The avenue of her reflective thought, inscribed upon a plaque, Our Lady and the actors of her rise and fall, her message and visage are worth repeating. Mayferet's remorse, beneath, scratched by a vandal, at meeting a low door frame. Okay. That's actually funny. Mayferet's remorse at meeting a low door frame. Oh, that's a good one. And his head suddenly weighs too much. Oh, these are good. I actually like these plaques. Mayferet's regret about his unfortunate and unrelated The avenue is inspirational, but wise travelers do not linger in their respects, not just because the bazaar awaits, but because the area before the back-turned statues is treacherous. Local legend has it that the child empress Amy abused the opportunity of religious repose to relieve herself beneath the gaze of Our Lady. Unable to discipline the toddling leader, her attendants instead chastised the statue and had them turned in supposed embarrassment. True or not, foolish youths dare each other to soil the spot in similar fashion, and a place of otherwise reverent thought always carries a faint odor about it. Okay. That's fucking weird. Then again, it is French, so what did I expect? The excuse me. The Emporium of Mortal Means, for all matters defensive concern, offensive intent, and study of arts martial and with sanction magical. Let me guess, she's not even gonna wanna talk to me?
Not open today. Not until this fast is over, at least. Too many swords out.
Called it. Yes, Thedas? Le Masque du Lion. Yes. What is it?
You'll forgive if events are a little too flustered for commerce. Nothing personal, Inquisition.
I would also like to remind you that by the time I actually interacted with Brazea, she was nothing but a shadow of her former self. All the French had been corrupted out of her. And don't forget the magic words, Thedas. Do you know the magic words? The Summer Bazaar. We redirect this jewel of Valroyo as the Summer Bazaar of the First Lion, to reflect the spirit of renewal that is at the heart of the capital and of our people. Let the strength of the Four always guard the grace of the Empire. Oh, no, please, go ahead, like my stream isn't cursed already. Let the blossoms and promise of the changing seasons be the tribute to trade and public gathering. For here, in the name of the Lion, Valmont, we will be an example to the world of how our legions respond to adversity. Our way cannot be threatened, for it embodies the truth of tradition and the promise of progress. The blight finds no purchase in the hearts of commerce. Valroyo. Valroyo, any resident, a Royan, will say it is the greatest city in the world. Many take such pride for arrogance, but they do so through smile as they nod in agreement, for such is the cost of doing business in the capital. Valroyo is in every way a world leader, in commerce, culture, and its own exaggerated beauty. No, Thedas. The magic words is omelette du fromage. The site was founded during Evrian's grand unification, the result of a mix of influences not so much balanced, I know, that was the point, as driven together. And while such an amalgamation would be cause for chaos elsewhere, the prosperity of the region has enabled an upward spiral of indulgence. The capital has endured the ages to become a beacon of civilization, and its citizens the measure of modernity. Just ask them. An element of Valroyo is notoriously risqué, and it exists harmoniously beside the aristocracy and the palace bureaucrats. Indeed, the aristocracy tends to indulge in the city's darker side quite frequently, if discreetly, and that only adds to the mystique. Nobility elsewhere tend to be much more conservative and concerned about their reputation, even if a trip into the capital to indulge a few private pleasures is not completely out of the question. In Valroyo, transgressions are suffered and forgiven with flamboyant urgency. That is not to say the city is without lasting scandal or hardship, but one must squint past the gilding to be allowed even a glimpse, as Royans are very careful about the face they present. Such it is with the masks of nobility and the underbelly of their streets. Yeah, maybe I did. The First Lion of Orlais. In respect to Emperor Alphonse Valmont, The Lions of Orlais, a repeating element dedicated to the greatest defenders otherwise noted. It is rumored that one is gold, one is bronze, and weighed with poison, one is chocolate, and one is watching. As the saying goes, dare we all, a thief to test his back, and learn which is most dangerous to try, deny, or lay. In truth, all are let and leave. Don't pretend to write them too long, lest the mind give way. Grace of the Empire, East. Welcome all before the grace of the Empire. Stage and audience for the use of all. For theater and business, for partnership and proposal, be seen. This display, reserved for songs traditionally by Lord Brentford and his players, cancelled. Oh, so much to read. Not of heroes, united in hatred. If we are re-examining motive, let us not stop at the sons of the betrayer. For the first leader of young Orlais after the sons was Jeshavis, Chatel wife of two of them, but examine the facts. A proud daughter of the Syrian, chosen not unkindly by Iserat to be his bride, it was her reach that granted him power to unify. Consider what she witnessed in the consolidation of her people. She has always been portrayed with sadness, but what if when our nation was born, the game was born with it? Judge her actions not as property, but as master, and what changes? As a victim, Iserat, rumored cruel, breaks the clans in a lust for power. His brother, Varald, exiled from his own machinations in young Navarra, appeals to the saddened wife and promises a new path. The brothers vie, and Varald wins and then demands the hand of Jeshavis, another Ferelden greedy for power. In a decade, the shy victim Jeshavis is the figurehead of the people's rebellion against the last son of the betrayer. As master, bound to rivalries far older, she harbors a hatred beyond Tevinter. And while Iserat is distracted with personal concern or with building a nation to withstand his own people's enemy, she invites the broken brother and sets him against the driven, while accepting marriage to the victor. Jeshavis seeds rebellion among those who remember how their lands were taken not a generation before. Both leave her as ruler, as Georgia. But should not the rule of a victim been uncertain? Jeshavis rules for 42 years. There were no greater swings backwards, no people's retribution, for she had become accustomed. If the goal of Iserat were selfish and the goals of Jeshavis was to reverse them, then Orlais is born of the failure of both. But if Iserat built his father's wall and Jeshavis wanted revenge, then we are a nation of two successes, two parents, in opposition but in partnership. She of the highwayman repents. Gallows master, hold thy hand, hold it back a while. Callous juror, let me stand, let me bear a smile. For comes my brother distant, for comes my saviour soon. I stand here most insistent, I will receive my boon. Fellow soldiers, hold thy voice, hold it if you may. Fellow shoulders, show my choice, I am in your sway. For you know my crime was cruel, and all my pain deserved. I stand here as a fool, this pride my brother served. Mother dearest, look away, look into the sun. Others nearest, gone astray, you will be undone. For no more will I prattle, and no more will I pray. Here you must rattle, as life will fly away. Le pomme vie mort. It is said that the apples that grow near the gallows will be bitter on the tongue of a lover who will betray. It is also said, although by different people entirely, that unripened fruit should not be the only consideration when investigating matters of fidelity. The latter are lonely most evenings among the arbors of the summer bazaar. Well, this is going to be something. Emperor Florian. Grand Duke Florian was not supposed to ascend to the Elysian throne. His elder brother, Emperor Judicial II, had two twin sons and thus a very secure line. Florian was free to pursue other interests, none of which revolved around the game. Indeed, the imperial courts largely ignored him, and that was how he liked it. All that is recorded of that era is that he married, produced a single daughter, and afterwards showed little interest in her. An outbreak of the 100 Days Cough in 877 Blast changed his plans. Both of Judicial's sons perished, as did Florian's daughter. Racked by grief, Judicial lost interest in ruling, turning over all matters pertaining to the rebellion in Ferelden to his advisors and instead spending his time hunting in the country. When Judicial was thrown from his horse during a fox hunt in 884 Blast, Florian was suddenly vaulted into the throne. Famously, his response to the Chevaliers delivering the news at his estate is said to be, "This will not do at all." A private and somewhat eccentric man, Florian limited his appearance at court and dealt almost exclusively with members of his own family. He was extremely particular about his habits of dress and grooming, eschewing current fashion for the sake of comfort and refusing to wear cosmetics or powders of any kind due to an intense dislike of being dirty. Powerful and connected nobles who had served in the cabinet since his father's time were turned away in favor of his younger brother, Renaud, his sister, Melisande, and his cousins. Children were banned from the palace, even the children of servants, with the exception of his nephews and nieces, who were tolerated only on the condition that they remain out of the emperor's sight. Regarding suggestions that Florian and his youngest cousin, Mairen, were lovers, the truth is uncertain. If such a relationship existed, it was no doubt kept private due to Florian's aversion to public life and not from any fear of rumors. Such rumors, after all, were likely spread due to the emperor's refusal to sire another child and thus secure his line. Many believed this failing would eventually lead to a civil war. The only real evidence of relationship with Mairen is a loud and very public argument the two had prior to Merin's throne to Ferelden. Megran is said to have called Florian my darling, and neither man chose to explain the argument later. The predictions of civil war almost came to pass upon Florian's death in 919 Dragon. With no clear heir, the throne eventually passed to the only daughter of Grand Duke Renaud, Celine, after a vicious struggle that threatened to consume the Empire. To be fair, I'm not done reading yet, but it is getting interesting, and I have a feeling
that powers align against this inquisition. A pity, as you are the only ones who appear to care about the hole in the sky. But the Chantry is insistent.
The Templars will stand for us and help Val Royal return to mourning.
the fourth Lion of Orléans, in respect to Duke Stephen of Valmontaigne. Grace of the Empire South, a notice what preserved for his strangeness, sound, and his static puppets behind glass. The Grace of the Empire North. This display reserved for discourse political, while with attending professor of social matters from the University of Orléans. Note that all vendors of profitable groceries will be closed in the hour beforehand and 1/2 after. In respect of Duke Isidore d'Arlesson. This display is reserved for the presentation of affection as though private and also discounted spirits, presented by company Misdirect Theatre.
I know what you are.
Do you? Because just by saying, or just by the way you say you know what I am, I highly doubt you know anything even remotely about me. Other than I'm the Inquisition. But that means you've base your entire judgment of a person only on rumors because you have never met me. It says more
This
about
city
you,
is
doesn't
close
it?
to you, except for the Chantry and our Templars. They'll certainly take you.
La Pomme Villemort. The apples nearest to the cafe are said to change their taste depending on whether one is walking towards or away from the gallows. And of course they do. For taste is subject to the whims of the heart, and no meal is favored after tears. But dare it anyway, for none know the taste of joy such as we who do not shy away from experience.
possibly sell anything right now, not with so much uncertainty. No. No, no.
Templars will help us, as they always have. No need for an inquisition.
The Inquisition. We don't require that sort of thing in Val Royaux.
Here we go.
Good people of Val Royaux, hear me. Together, we mourn our divine. A naive and beautiful heart, silenced by treachery. You wonder what will become of a murderer. Well, wonder no more. Behold, the so-called Herald of Andraste, claiming to rise where our beloved fell. We say this is a false prophet, a wicked Kunari sent to subvert the Maker's word.
We have a real enemy.
You say I am the enemy. The breach in the sky is our true enemy. We must unite to stop it.
It's true. The Inquisition seeks only to end this madness before it is too late.
It is already too late. The Templars have returned to the Chantry. They will face this Inquisition, and the people will be safe once more.
What?
Still yourself. She is beneath us.
Wow. How dare you?
What's the meaning of this? Her claim to authority is an insult, much like your own.
Lord Seeker Lucius, it's imperative that we speak with...
You will not address me.
Lord Seeker?
Creating a heretical movement. Raising up a puppet as Andraste's prophet. You should be ashamed. You should all be ashamed. The Templars failed no one when they left the Chantry to purge the mages. You are the ones who have failed. You who'd leash our righteous swords with doubt and fear. If you came to appeal to the Chantry, you are too late. The only destiny here that demands respect is mine.
Then why are you here?
If you're not here to help the Chantry, then you just came to make speeches. I came to see what frightens old women so, and to laugh.
But Lord Seeker, what if he really was sent by the Maker? What if...
You are called to a higher purpose. Do not question.
I will make the Templar Order a power that stands alone against the Void. We deserve recognition. Independence. You have shown me nothing. And the Inquisition, less than nothing.
And you have
Templars,
shown me failure. What is your
unworthy
point?
of our protection. We march.
Charming fellow, isn't he?
Has Lord Seeker Lucius gone mad?
How well do you know him?
Do you know him very well?
He took over the Seekers of Truth 2 years ago, after Lord Seeker Lambert's death. He was always a decent man, never given to ambition and grandstanding. This is very bizarre.
So much for Templar help.
Doesn't look like we'll be getting the Templars to help us after all.
I wouldn't write them off so quickly. There must be those in the Order who see what he's become. Either way, we should first return to Haven and inform the others.
Head to the Inquisition's war room, return to the Haven's chantry. Lord Seeker Lucius Corrin. For months we were all so certain Lord Seeker Lambert's death was an assassination carried out by mages. He had, after all, declared the Navarran Accord null and void, hurtling us headlong into a war against the rebels. Why else would he be killed except as an act of retribution? The entire Templar Order was fired up, ready to take up the fight against the mages. Something we were sure would be over in a matter of weeks. Thus the election of Lucius Corrin to the role made me despair. According to the few seekers of truth with whom I spoke, he was moderate. He agreed to the Divine's conclave, and every Templar I knew felt certain he would compromise to see the war ended. But lately, the man seems different, does he not? I never met him before. He assumed command, but even in the short time his opinion on the war have turned. He did not go to the conclave he personally supported. In fact, he seemed to regret supporting it at all. He talks of the Templars establishing themselves as a power in our own right, and our fellows are all too eager to listen. I don't know from where this change of heart came, but I began to wonder if Lambert's death wasn't as simple matter as we assumed. Something is amiss within our order, and all I know is that it's beyond me to discover what.
Excuse me, but is what they're saying real? The Inquisition's going to fix the hole in the sky?
That's the plan.
Going to give it a try, at least.
No one is doing anything. The Chantry's useless, and the Templars... Andraste. I never thought they'd abandon us. Listen, your camp will need food. I have contacts. We'll have deliveries there in days.
You want to help the Inquisition?
Never been part of something this big before, but if your Inquisition's going to seal the sky, I want to help.
Alright. Go to Haven.
Head to Haven, then. We need good people.
I don't know if I'm that, but it will be nice to see. Thank you.
Ever since our Divine was murdered, toothless old fools are lost without her. What are the Grand Clerics doing?
What's that? An arrow with a message?
Where did that go? Oh, there.
The Chantry has just shown themselves helpless. Who will fetch their Templars back, I wonder?
A friend of Red Jenny. Favor for favors for friends. A message is attached, written in a large flowing hand and bordered with doodles. People say you're special. I want to help. And I can bring everyone. There's a baddie in Valroyo. I hear he wants to hurt you. Have a search for the red things in the market, the docks, and round the cafe. And maybe you'll meet him first. Bring swords. Friends of Red Jenny. A poor drawing of the location. Okay. So I do have some things I need to do here. Yes.
My Maker,
No.
my heart, take from me a life of sorrow. Comfort is only yours to give. Oh, Maker, where is the comfort? Have you come to scavenge now that the Divine lies cold? Whisper your cune against the chant? Leave me. My emptiness will not be borne by you. Maker, show me the light.
In all honesty, I don't remember.
The Templars didn't even touch you.
I
I
don't.
believe that messenger is trying to get our attention.
You are the Herald of Andraste, are you not? I have an invitation for you.
You are cordially invited to attend my salon held at the chateau of Duke Bastien de Gisles. Yours, Vivienne de Fer, first enchanter of Montsenar, chanter to the Imperial Court. Okay.
I am open to you and yours. I price at a premium for everyone, so don't assume it's because you're with the Inquisition. I expect my customers to know a rarity when they see it, just as I do.
That's not bad, actually. But I need to be level 13, so I'm still too low of a level. But I'm too low for a lot of these. But yeah, I'm trying to remember what the retogenic thing was.
If I might have a moment of your time.
Grand Enchanter Fiona?
Leader of the Mage Rebellion. Is it not dangerous for you to be here?
I heard of this gathering, and I wanted to see the fabled Herald of Andraste with my own eyes. If it's help with the breach you seek, perhaps you should look among your fellow mages.
You weren't at the conclave.
I'm surprised the leader of the mages wasn't at the conclave.
Yes. You were supposed to be, and yet somehow you avoided death.
As did the Lord Seeker, you'll note. Both of us sent negotiators in our stead in case it was a trap. I won't pretend I'm not glad to live. I lost many dear friends that day. It disgusts me to think the Templars will get away with it. I'm hoping you won't let them.
So you think the Templars did it?
So you think the Templars are responsible?
Why wouldn't she?
Lucius hardly seems broken up over his losses, if he's concerned about them at all. You heard him. You think he wouldn't happily kill the Divine to turn people against us? So yes, I think he did it. More than I think you did it, at any rate.
Will you help us?
Does that mean the mages will help us?
We are willing to discuss it with the Inquisition at least. Consider this an invitation to Redcliffe. Come, meet with the mages. An alliance could help us both, after all. I hope to see you there. Au revoir, my Lord Herald.
Come, let us return to Haven.
The truth is, we are going to need all the manpower we can get if we're gonna want to stop this, because the question is not only how are we going to stop the breach, how are we going to stop something that has the power to open a breach? There are a lot of concerning things involving the fact that something like that has happened. And with just one side or the other, I don't think we would make it, or at least that's the way Dark thinks. So in his mind, he's going to try and find a way to end this blighted war and see if he can just gather everyone together to actually sit down and address what's important instead of bickering like a bunch of toddlers. Grand Enchanter Fiona. Grand Enchanter Fiona is considered an anomaly among mages. She is, for instance, the only member of the Circle of Magi ever to leave due to recruitment by the Grey Wardens, and then returned. The circumstances of that return are largely unknown, but the notoriety she gained within the circle allowed her to rise rapidly in the ranks. She became first Enchanter of the Montsemar Tower, and then elected Grand Enchantress at the college in Cumberland. The latter was based on her advocacy for greater mage freedom, a view she claimed her time with the Wardens supported. Urging for a vote on the matter led to the College of Enchanters' dissolution in 940 Dragon, and then, when a vote was attempted secretly, to Lord Seeker Lambert of the Seekers of the Truth arresting Fiona and her fellow enchanters. Following their flight to the ruin of Andorral's Reach, the escaped mages held and passed the final vote on the Circle of Magi's independence. This began the Mage Rebellion. While Fiona no longer holds the official position of Grand Enchantress, most mages still consider her an integral part of the rebellion's leadership. I see. Well, a lot of it is going to depend on what's going to happen going forward.
Well, this has all been a frustrating mess. Templars and Chantry and especially the mages. Just everything. I apologize if you were refused service, but we are now open for business. Especially if you put my wares to use.
That's actually not bad, but I can make one better soon. The third line of Valais, in respect to Duke Yvonne von Savagne.
This victory must please you greatly, Seeker Cassandra.
We came here seeking only to speak with the mothers. This is not our doing, but yours.
And you had no part in forcing our hand? Do not delude yourself. Now we have been shown up by our own Templars, in front of everyone. And my fellow clerics have scattered to the wind along with their convictions. Just tell me one thing. Do you truly believe you are the Maker's chosen?
I don't know.
To tell you the truth, I don't know.
That is more comforting than you might imagine. I suppose it is out of our hands now. We shall all see what the Maker plans in the days to come.
What do you believe about me?
You're obviously skeptical. What do you believe I am?
Our divine, Her Holiness is dead. I have seen evidence for everything, except what would comfort me.
That doesn't answer my question.
For you to be true, a great many things must be false. And if you are false, a great many things must have failed. There is chaos ahead, whatever your intentions.
What will the Chantry do now?
So what happens now? Will the Chantry continue to denounce me?
We have already done so. And what good has it done us? Now it falls on us to select a new divine, if we can. And leave the next step to her.
Provided such a selection is even possible.
I truly don't know. Any revered mother who could have followed Justinia died at at the Conclave. What becomes of us, and your Inquisition, is in the Maker's hands now.
How are the people reacting?
How are people responding to all of this?
Despair, fear. We mourn Her Holiness. The people look to the sky and wonder how long before terror comes for us all. There must be a way through this. Is it you? The Templars? The Maker's will? We abandoned our duties. We servants of the faith. Now we can only pray.
How many Templars rebelled?
How many Templars turned on the Chantry exactly?
They rebelled across Thedas. Some remained loyal, but not enough to call them the Order. The White Spire here in the capital was the largest garrison, but now it stands empty. Perhaps more shall flock to the Lord Seeker's banner now. How far has faith waned, I wonder?
Where have the Templars gone?
Where is the Lord Seeker taking the Templars?
I can't begin to guess the Lord Seeker's mind. He could not have abandoned his intended role more completely.
There must be sense to what we can't see.
Must there? Rebellion seems popular in certain quarters, doesn't it, Seeker? Is crafting the Templars into a new power really any worse than declaring a rival to the Chantry itself?
What did you want him to do?
What were you hoping the Lord Seeker would do exactly?
Put aside his war against the mages and find common purpose against something much more dire. Obviously, he has other plans. With the knights vigilant slain at the Conclave, there is nothing more we can do.
Perhaps there is something we can do.
I'd like to believe that, Seeker. I truly would. I suppose we can expect renewed effort against the mages from him, and yet more chaos.
I'll stop this somehow.
There's got to be a way to calm everything down and clean up this mess.
I hope against hope that may be the case. Leave me be, Survivor. Your presence here is not comforting.
You could still help us.
It's not too late. The Chantry could still help us and come out on top.
If only that were true.
What's to stop you from trying?
We are not looking for a winning horse. We are simply trying to do the right thing.
Okay, so... Well, since I'm here, I might as well deal with whoever's after my life. Gotta make sure that that is, done with. I already have enough enemies as is. Let's not if I am to operate in Valrio and come here a few times, I need to make sure that anything that is trying to surprise me is stopped. So if Dark gets a letter that somebody's out for his life, he's not the type to run away. He's the type to go and confront the issue and deal with it immediately. Difficult times for those who have lost. While I understand concerns for propriety, and the general dressing of the bazaar, I must caution that release is needed. We are suffering not just ongoing civil conflict pitting brother against sister, not just outright war pitting Templar against mage, not just the loss of our most holy and the best of our leaders, we are suffering all three, as the sky is wounded for all to see. All we know of our world is threatened, along with all we know of the next. With this most grave notation, I ask that the writs of losses and missing remain, that the citizens, however indirect, be allowed to post their griefs of known dead and the names of hopefully living, and with them their criticism of how they have been told or not told, for while I have no doubt we as Allegiance will maintain our utmost composure, there must be release, there must be grief, there must be mourning. If not, if we do not allow this simple expression, we risk a greater outburst. Let our people shed their tears, in as reserved a means as necessary. The market will be cleared in due course, but this time we must let this simple expression stand.
We should look around.
Miroir de la Mer reviles folly. Miroir de la Mer was cut from Valroyo in 849 Blessed. It was the will of the mad Emperor Revel, who demanded a reflecting pool large enough to draw his vain deceased mother back across the Vale. Many shops and vendors were evicted to make room for his folly, and several memorials to the heroes of the first four blights were simply toppled. The reservoir supports little in ways of life, as the bottom was lined with lead to increase its reflective properties. Reville intended it for divination, using boats as massive planchets, but work was not finished until the week of his own death. The waters see little use today, save for lazy or fornication sojourns by the nobility aboard decorative gondolas. Okay. Favors for friends. A red handkerchief folded around the key, with a small hasty scrawl. Key lifted from drunk swearing about Harold. Don't know what door. I'm out. My debt is paid. The Randy Dowager Quarterly. A waterlogged quarterly, missive of suspect virtue. The Randy Dowager welcomes the blooms of spring with collected Callipygian cuirassiers, being a scandalous representation of Her Majesty's favorite god in a flagrante delectable. Can their uniforms and modesty withstand the assault? The Randy Dowager, exhibitions for the noble of thought, but spry of step. The lady herself says, hardly a Tetris, but generously arousing if polished curious, does it for you, and it should. 3 scarves fluttered in shock out of 5. Le Masque du Lion. We cheered when honored was her might, but when many more deserved thought, for though she was the first a knight, her cannon kind have always fought.
We maintain an Inquisition presence on Commander Cullen's orders. This has been received as you might expect.
The head of Madame Snappy Snips. Mascot of Le Masque du Lion, named in jest but genuinely respected, the Grand Mam, as she is also called. Oh, look, we found Vivina, the Grand Mam. Was the last dragon brought down by Sir Koenig, the previous owner of the cafe. A spirited hunter, Koenig came of age in the years following the sighting that named the era. While others were quick to assume the tales of ancient Navarran dragon hunters must have been exaggerated, he tracked a gradual increase in dragon numbers and size. Koenig believed we had yet to see a true return of the beast of legends, and that the specimens of his day were young despite their ferocity. It is a cruel victory, but today we know Sir Koenig to have been correct, even as he may have fallen to his own expertise. He was, years overdue from his last hunt, and for the rest of us travel-weary, what we thought to be the pinnacle of a dragon strength may have been closer to adolescence. The sisters of Madame Snappy Snips have left their siblings far behind. Okay, the game sound suddenly became real quiet. Am I about to be attacked? Andraste, Our Lady, the sword and the fire against the winter, betrayed to the Empire in exchange for a kingdom. Mayferit, now synonymous with treachery, but would Andraste have won? And if not, what would we have lost? Let us look not just at the act, but at the why of it. As the armies of fate pierced the imperial homeland, it was revealed not as a wave, but as an arrow. And as any hunter will attest, if your aim is not true, there is no returning to the bow. We must consider how much of Our Lady's victory to this point was against true Imperium, and how much was against the echoes of an empire. Andraste, the inspiration may not have considered such, but Mayferit, general, fought for homeland, not visions. Was it victory or defeat that his betrayal held at bay? Mayferit made a deal that killed Our Lady, that is fact, and when Andraste died, Mayferit was gifted everything from the southern plain south. How generous, and impossible to hold, this must have seemed. Let us look on Mayferit and the legacy he divided among his sons, not with an eye for accusation, but from a tactical consideration. For he must have known that mere rivals had never stopped the winter. What if he set about creating peers? And none of this was accident. How then fared Isoret, Evrion, and Verald? Excerpt from A History Not of Heroes, reading in the ugly hearts of change. A different, simple script on the back of the stable report, marked with red paint. Thank you, friends, for helping good Lady Caris. Saw those who asked about Harold enter third passage, could not stay to see them exit. I'm trying to remember, what was Red Jenny? Don't tell me that was Isabel? I hope not. The summer home of Monsieur Clubs. Is she Red Jenny? Can I kill her? A seasonal home for the childhood pet of the twin sons of Empress Yvette. The nature of Messer Gleb's remains unknown, save that he was a gift from Ravani ambassador, and he was eventually released to the sea after taking the hand of sluggish Page.
Of course.
Salutations.
Inquisition, eh? I'll sell. But if the Chantry censures you, I'm not liable. No offense.
Yes, I'm sorry. Minding the duties of the ailing mother, Havara. I am rather overwhelmed. Forgive me. I am unsure whether I meant to extend chantry services to you, and that troubles me greatly.
One life, one death. There is but one God, and he is our maker.
God of Heroes, the dead of diversity. What could hold back an empire? Another. What could hold back so defined as a people as the winter? Another. Let us consider if eldest Isoret was not meant to honor Mayferet, for the father's fate was already condemned by hidden betrayal. Let us consider that Isoret was told to turn from ties to Mayferet, to look forward, not back. What of his actions then? Isoret was granted a land of tribes, of scattered alliance. His answer was the grand unification, which most condemn as arrogance, sweeping changes in trade, relocations to break local allegiances, all to favor centralized trade and power. Cities were leveled to expand a new capital, a powerful and influential city of a new nation, Val Royeaux or Valais, and all in the name of not lost Andraste, but of holding back looming to winter. Power was united, but cultures less so. Investing everyone in the new Relais stratified the classes, and throughout it all spread a bitterness that the Ferelden ruled. Isoret avoided the stain of his father, for he was seen as a victim too, but he was still Alamari. What if, dear readers, the final unifying element came not from accident or even the deliberate actions of Isoret, but from a common hatred, and not the common hatred of the day? The sons of Mayferet would succeed at creating a peer for the winter, but only at the cost of themselves. Her Majesty's convenience. The plaque reads, for Her Majesty's convenience, wood and vines defy the very sun and rain. You know, suddenly I am not looking forward to doing this mission.
Oh, yes.
And I'm going to have to see how much Varric says when we meet her. A scrap of parchment is hastily torn from an ornate document, stuffed into the hiding space with a large red sock. And we are to obey well. We meet at 3 bells to discuss how best to serve the new way. Herald go at time, praise Adrast. And I do need to go meet the Imperial Enchanter. When I asked Shady if it was Isabel, did you say, no, it's her? Or did you mean, no, not her? Because you said, no, her. And I understood it as, Red Jenny is Isabel. If that's the case, I don't fear her. Oh. I thought I was meeting Isabel. At this window, the thief Treadwell did witness the attempted assault of Lady Castine. He surrendered his chance for escape to catch and hold her assailant, a bard of Lord Hallowe'en. Hero thief, foiled bard, and conspiring noble were all censored as per their station and relevant action. Lashings and labor disappeared and ostracized for the social season respectively. The scandal played out far longer in the theatrical serialized adaptation, which reimagined the three as siblings separated at birth, competing for Lady Castine's hand at her orchestration. The conclusion was relatively accurate to the original event, save the punishment of the thief and noble being swapped to comic effect. Generally good reviews received, though some thought the height of Lady's hair to be unrealistic.
Good day to you.
Is this a shop?
I maintain a premises wherein customers of a certain affluence entertain the purchase of my ware. So yes, a shop.
May I see what you have?
Very well. What do you have for sale?
I have one item available for purchase. It is far too expensive for it merely to be sold.
See you later,
Gaze
Vic.
upon it and dream of
Good
the
night.
wealth required to possess it, as have lords and kings. And then you may leave and purchase things from shops more aligned with your station.
How do you stay in business?
How do you keep the doors open on a shop with one item?
My shop is a destination. Luminaries of every description journey here to see what is denied to them. Some pay tribute, in the vain hope I will barter. They do not have the will to pay the price. They require a bargain to justify the spend, to ease their conscience. That would defeat the entirety of the purpose.
But what is it?
I can't see it. Tell me what it is.
If you have to ask, you are not the one to buy it.
I need to know if I can use it.
And again, the point is missed. If mere use is your concern, you should go elsewhere. The person who claims this will not be known for using it. They will be known because they paid for it.
Is this item worth the money?
So you sell one very expensive item. And it's worth it?
Let me now interrupt the inevitable defense of your thrift. I'm sure you have treasures, and you will have many more. You could parade them from here to Halam Shiral, but none of that would allow you to say you have purchased this. The item is irrelevant. The price is worth it.
Anyone can charge too much.
I don't see why this is special. Anyone can overprice something.
To overprice an item, the item must have a known value already. It is then priced over what it is worth. This has only the value I have set. It has never had another. It is not overpriced. It is priced.
Well, goodbye then.
Yes.
You know the worst part, Shady? I know this is a scam, but I want to buy it. The Folly of General Not Sheraton. 3. But during times of crisis, there can emerge abilities we do not know we possess. The servant, under the greatest duress, stood as Not Sheraton. So basically, because here's the thing. What he can sell can be a piece of scrap paper, because his whole point is not what the item is, it's that you paid for it, and the fact that you paid for it is how you become known for it. So basically, you just pay a random exuberant price for an item, and that's how you become famous, because you paid that price for the item. But that is such a scammer. Like, the entire thing is just a scam. It's like that Nigerian prince. The servant, under the greatest duress, stood as Not Sheraton. She stood and she spoke, she stood and she led, she stood and she attacked, and under banners they knew, and a voice they did not. The forces of Allaire brought low their enemy. Now perhaps the servant was more lieutenant than page to her battle-hardened lord, and perhaps the strength of the foe is stressed too much in retellings. And perhaps the Allied were well practiced in their roles, but none questioned that Not Sheraton was the least adequate and the most inspirational. So many things to do. Anyway. Friends of Red Jenny. Let's go do that first. Why hashtag blessed? You know what? You're right. Hashtag how is that? Hashtag blessed. And now that we have given the hashtag, let's go Nicodemus on their ass. I mean, that's what people say. Dark just wants to get the job done. Because nobody else is doing it.
Herald of Andraste! How much did you expend to discover me? It must have weakened the Inquisition immeasurably.
I don't know who you are.
You don't fool me. I'm too important for this to be an accident. My efforts will survive in victories against you elsewhere.
Just say what?
What is that?
Squishy one, but you heard me, right? Just say what? Rich tits always try for more than they deserve. Blah, blah, blah! Obey me, arrow in my face. So, you followed the notes well enough. Glad to see you're big. Real big. From the north, yeah? Ravane or... north. I mean, it's all good, isn't it? The important thing is you glow. You're the herald thingy.
I am... Yes, I am. Why?
Sure, why not? I glow. What's going on?
No idea. I don't know this idiot from Manners. My people just said the Inquisition should look at him.
Your people? Elves?
No. People. Name's Sarah. This is cover. Get round it. For the reinforcements. Don't worry. Someone tipped me their equipment shed. They've got no breaches.
Okay. I didn't even see him.
Friends really came through with that tip. No breaches. So, Herald of Andraste. You're a strange one. I'd like to join.
Well, you like to join. I'd like a real introduction.
How about we get to know each other first? You know, names and such.
One name. No, wait, two. Well, it's like this. I sent you a note to look for hidden stuff by my friends. The Friends of Red Jenny. That's me. Well, I'm one. So is a fence in Montfort, some woman in Kirkwall. There were 3 in Starkhaven, brothers or something. It's just a name, yeah? It lets little people, friends, be part of something while they stick it to nobles they hate. So here, in your face, I'm Sarah. The Friends of Red Jenny are sort of out there. I use them to help you. Plus arrows.
So, you are offering spies?
The Inquisition has spies already. Can you add to these professionals?
Here's how it is. You important people are up here, shoving your cods around. Blah, blah, I'll crush you. Ooh, crush you. Then you've got cloaks and spy kings.
Fuck.
Like this tit. Or was he one of the little knives, all serious with his little knife? All those secrets, and what gave him up? Some houseboy who don't know shite, but knows a bad person when he sees one. So no, I'm not knifey shiv dark, all hidden. If you don't listen down here too, you risk your breeches. Like those guards. I stole their... Look, do you need people or not? I want to get everything back to normal. Like you.
Who exactly are your people?
So who are your friends of Red Jenny? You must know them.
It's not hard to understand if you're not trying to waste your day on it. Someone little always hates someone big. And unless you don't eat, sleep, or piss, you're never far from someone little. Doesn't always work out, but a lot of people hated this guy. Someone got a laugh, someone got even, someone got paid. And someone has to have explained to them that free help is good.
Why ask if I glow?
Back there you wanted to know if I glowed. Why?
That's what you do, innit? You walked out of somewhere and now you glow. Andraste's herald. True or not, it seemed like the easiest way to know it was you.
True or not?
Well, that's what they say and all. Look, don't get ahead, yeah? I want to help this... whatever it is. Inquisition.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, she seems a little out there. But help is help.
Alright, Sarah. I can use you and your friends.
Yes! Getting good before you're too big to like. That'll keep your breeches where they should be. Plus extra breeches because I have all these... You have merchants who buy that piss, yeah? Got to be worth something. Anyway, Haven. See you there, Herald. This will be grand.
I have my to-go-to rogue, I'm afraid. I don't know if there's anybody who can top Varric. Also, she's a little too chaotic for me. She has her uses, and she is going to be helpful in Dark's mind. But as a standard party of, like, the standard part of his party, probably not. She's a little too chaotic, I guess. But yeah, I am right there with you. She is difficult to like. Oh, there was someone up there. Hadn't even noticed. More gold. Oh, more loot. Oh, I was gonna say more too many breaches. So now let's go to the Oh, that's seeing red. Vivienne de Fer, the first enchanter of Mossimar, has extended an invitation to her salon at Chateau of Duke Bastien de Gisler. Yeah. Let me save first. I am horrible when it comes to saving in this game. Thank you, Shady. I do appreciate your help.
Master Adar of the Inquisition.
A pleasure, sir. We so rarely have a chance to meet anyone new. It is always the same crowd at these parties. So you must be a guest of Madame de Fer, or are you here for Duc Bastien?
Are you here on business? I have heard the most curious tales of you. I cannot imagine half of them are true.
You know of me?
What have you heard about me?
Some say that when the veil opened, Andraste herself delivered you from the Fate.
Tell me about the Duke.
I've heard very little about Duke Bastien.
He hasn't been seen much at court lately.
His business with the Council of Heralds often takes him from home for long periods. It can't be good for a man of his years.
And of course, there's the civil war. Bastien probably wishes to distance himself from the actions of his one-time son-in-law.
Tearing up the Dales in a foolish bid for power? It will end in disgrace for Gaspard. Everyone knows it.
What have you heard about me?
Some of those storytellers may have gotten carried away.
But only for the best effect. The Inquisition is a ripe subject for wild tales.
The Inquisition. What a lot of pig shit. Washed up sisters and crazed seekers. No one can take them seriously. Everyone knows it's just an excuse for a bunch of political outcasts to grab power.
Yeah.
The Inquisition is working to restore peace and order to Thedas.
Here comes the outsider, restoring peace with an army. We know what your Inquisition truly is. If you were a man of honor, you'd step outside and answer the charges.
My dear Marquis, how unkind of you to use such language in my house to my guests. You know such rudeness is intolerable.
Is she gonna kill
Madame
him?
Vivienne, I humbly beg your pardon.
You should. Whatever am I going to do with you, my dear? My lord, you're the wounded party in this unfortunate affair. What would you have me do with this foolish, foolish man?
Let him go.
I think the Marquis has seen the error of his ways.
By the grace of Andraste, you have your life, my dear. Do be more careful with it. I'm delighted you could attend this little gathering. I've so wanted to meet you.
Dark has been called worse by Battleman.
Allow me
An
to
insult
introduce
like
myself.
that he doesn't care
I am
about.
Vivienne, first enchanter of Montsimard, and enchantress to the Imperial Court.
A pleasure to meet you.
Charmed, Lady Vivian.
Ah, but I didn't invite you to the chateau for pleasantries. With Divine Justinia dead, the Chantry's in shambles. Only the Inquisition might restore sanity and order to our frightened people. As the leader of the last loyal mages of Thedas, I feel it only right that I lend my assistance to your cause.
What are loyal mages?
You say you led the last of the loyal mages. Loyal to whom?
To the people of Thedas, of course. We have not forgotten the commandment, as some have, that magic exists to serve man. I support any effort to restore such order.
Do you support the Circle?
So you're in favor of returning the mages to the Circle, then?
Where else can mages safely learn to master their talents? We need an institution to protect and nurture magic. Maker knows, magic will find neither on its own.
Welcome aboard. So, out of curiosity, Shady, is this like a choice where I'm like, oh, Dark supports the Circle institution? Or the way the Circle was? Or is this just like recruitment of a character? Because it says here, refuse the alliance. Oh, okay. Welcome aboard.
The Inquisition will be happy to have you, Lady Vivian.
Great things are beginning, my dear. I can promise you that.
I will say, if I didn't have a target that I was eyeing already to romance with, she would be an interesting option as well. So let me save again.
I trust all is well.
That's enough for now.
Another time, then.
Did you need something?
Why did the Templars leave?
Why would Templars break away from the Chantry?
The Order believes the Chantry no longer supports their efforts. Not to the extent they should.
Yes, but here's a pop question, Shady. Let's see how well you know Dark. Do you know the one reason he is not interested in her? Tell me about his colleagues.
What do you think of the people you work with?
Who do you mean?
How's working with Josephine?
What do you think of our ambassador?
We have little in common. How she delights in meeting with nobles all day is beyond me. But I enjoy working with her.
What do you think of Liliana?
How do you like working with Liliana?
The Inquisition would not exist without her. I may not always agree with her methods, but she's more passionate about our cause than anyone. Cassandra may have declared the Inquisition publicly, but Liliana is just as responsible for its formation.
Are you satisfied with the Inquisition's forces?
Our numbers are small, but they suit our needs for the time being.
Sort of. You're close enough that I'd say you pass. It's the strings attached to the relationship. If she got close, relationship-wise, to the Inquisitor, she would expect the Inquisitor's support to her cause. And I'm not sure Dark, as is fully in favor of the Circle, because the Circle has proven to fail, or the way that the Circle is established currently. He approves of the idea that there needs to be an institute for magical studies so that people can learn to control their powers and not be consumed by demons. But the Circle functions more as a prison than it does as a learning institute, and re-establishing the Circle is just going to end up repeating history, so he's not fond of that idea.
I should let you get back to work.
Did you need something?
Anything I should know?
Is there anything I should know?
The Lord Seeker's actions are a mystery. The Templars will aid us. They cannot sit idle while the breach remains.
Tell me about
I should
yourself.
get to know you better. We're working together after all.
What would you like to know?
All right. Where are you from?
What? Esteemed Lady Sidonia, I'd like to take full responsibility for Lady Marcelette's odd behavior of late. You see, we recently began the study of history. I thought that it would be the young mistress some good to be exposed to all Theodosian cultures and not just Orlais. It was a foolish thought. Regrettably, your dear daughter has taken a particular interest in Ferelden folklore. She first developed an affinity for King Calenhad, which seemed to have devolved into borderline infatuation. She stared at me, eyes wide, when I told how he unified the barbarians with his allegedly incomparable might and charisma. Every time I tried to move the lesson into something more important, she insisted I tell her again about Calenhad, how the Ferelden say his hair was twice as yellow as the sun, and his chin more chiseled than the tallest peak in the Frostbacks. Twice now I've had to tear down drawings she tacked up in her bedroom of the man shirtless. Then we moved on to the werewolves, which was even worse. As you may already know, the Feraldens venerate the folk hero Dane and Hafter. Dane was said to have been a werewolf and Hafter to have descended from one. No enlightened man or woman could ever view such beasts, people, with anything but revulsion. But you know Ferelden and their love of wildlife. Unfortunately, these tales of wolfmen set the little mistress's imagination afire. When she suggested we put on a play for you and her lord father, I could not say no. I'm afraid that's why Marcelet was running through the mansion wearing wet furs and frightening the chambermaids. She was rehearsing a scene in which Hafter drives back the Darkspawn. I've been informed that some priceless family heirlooms were destroyed amidst the confusion, and I cannot fully express my dismay. I understand that my abject failure as a tutor has resulted in my immediate dismissal.
I grew up in Ferelden near Homburg. I was transferred to Kirkwall shortly after the Blight. This is the first I've returned in almost 10 years.
Varric's from Kirkwall.
Varric's from Kirkwall. Did you two know each other?
I knew he was friends with the champion of Kirkwall, but little else. We've spoken more since I joined the Inquisition, largely at Varric's insistence. Apparently I spend too much time with a serious expression. It's bad for my health.
You were away a long time.
You haven't seen Ferelden in 10 years. Are you glad to be back?
I was not sorry to leave at the time. I did not expect to return. Now, between the Divine's murder and the breach, I've arrived to find nothing but chaos.
Tell me about the Blight.
You were in Ferelden during the Blight. Did you fight Darkspawn?
No. I was stationed at Ferelden's Circle Tower. The Circle had troubles of its own.
Can I point out the irony of him telling that to Dark? Oh, what happened at the Circle?
What happened at the Circle Tower?
Few who survived the Blight have fond memories of that time. I would prefer not to speak of it.
Tell me about
What
Kirkwall.
was Kirkwall like?
While I was there, Canary occupied and then attacked the city. The Viscount's murder caused political unrest. Relations between mages and Templars fell apart. The apostate blew up the Chantry, the Knight Commander went mad. Other than that, it was fine.
Tell me about the rebellion.
What happened between Kirkwall's mages and Templars?
You were at the Conclave. You must have heard people speak of it.
Yes, but you were there.
There was tension between mages and Templars long before I arrived. Eventually, it reached a breaking point.
If only.
There was fighting in the streets. Abominations began killing both sides. It was a nightmare.
How did it end?
What happened then?
The Templars should have restored order, but Red Lyrium had driven Knight Commander Meredith mad. She threatened to kill Kirkwall's champion, turned on her own men. I'm not sure how far she would have gone. Too far.
So you opposed her?
I stood with the champion against her, in the end. I should have seen through Meredith sooner.
Well, that's all for
I'll
now.
let you return to your work.
Should you require anything, I'll be here.
What is she going to say now?
See reason, Lisette. We cannot stay here.
Why not?
Because we're Templars.
What does that even mean anymore? That we declare our independence and march off to some hold and do nothing?
Better that than stay here with this Inquisition.
You're awfully quick to dismiss the people who saved your life, Matrin. I've heard about Valroyaux. This is not right. I will not be joining them. At least the Inquisition does not stand directly opposed to the Chantry.
Tell me about the Templars.
I'd like your take on the Templar Order.
It's a shadow of what it was. Where once we both protected all people from the dangers of magic, we now posture and grab at power. One day, I hope the circles are again sanctuaries where mages can practice their craft.
You're staying in Haven?
You're not going to rejoin the Order?
When the temple went up, your forces rescued those few of us still alive. My life is a debt I intend to repay, however I can.
What happened at the Conclave?
Do you have any idea what caused the explosion?
No, I'm just a recruit. Belief and faith doesn't get you closer to the important meetings. Though that distance did save my life.
Joining the Order?
How did you come to be a Templar?
It seemed the right thing to do. My family are tradesfolk in Denerim. I could have become a cobbler like my father, but this seemed better. We'll see how right I am in time.
Goodbye.
I will talk to you later.
Walk in the Maker's grace.
So... give me one moment. Okay.
Feels good to be back at work, Inquisition. And lucky you have me. In lesser hands, you'd be in trouble. Haven can't support the mounts you need, but I can.
How are the horses?
How are your charges? Well supplied?
Haven is groaning under the weight. It wasn't built for this, but we'll make it serve.
Any news?
Heard anything worth noting?
Too busy to hear things, and that's how I like it.
Goodbye.
Farewell.
Maker be with you.
I got a new horse! Liliana is deeper in. But before we get there, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. I will see you all in a moment. Hello, and welcome back to the Wastelands, where we will continue pretty soon once the stream is done being dominated by a cat who became active. She's been sleeping next to me because she's a good girl and she likes being in my company, but I just fed her, so she's awake again. Which means that she's going to demand my attention and hog the spotlight. Here, you want to go on camera? Look, everyone, meet Luna. It's a little dark, but... Meet Luna. Isn't she cute? Now, are you going to let me play? Or do you just demand I keep petting you? Because I don't know how interested people are in a petting stream, especially when everything is so dark and they can barely see you. Apologies for the wait, but my hand is being held hostage. And because my little princess demands cuddles. Don't you, girl? Now, let's see if she will actually let me play.
Need something?
Can I ask you something, Varric?
You want to talk about me? I'm flattered. Also inclined toward extravagant lies.
That's all for now.
Thanks, Varric.
No problem.
Sarah? She's a feisty one.
She put your eye out.
Mean anything by it?
Sarah. This report by Josephine has been defaced numerous times in a different hand. On Sarah, Red Jenny, and Felicissima lady parts von Knucklefront, it falls to me to commit on this Red Jenny, for as a creature of the court I must have seen the effect of her actions, although I cannot be certain. Does that make them effective or ineffective? What I know is that she has vexed city's guardsmen across Thedas and always escaped. Accessing all available records, it seems clear that there have been multiple embodiments of the name, often at the same time. The limitations of communication are such that this is impossible to verify at this moment. A crude drawing of a guard with her breeches at her ankles. The severity of the attributed actions vary wildly, from petty to outright vicious. While officials' reports label these actions unfair, I have knowledge of many named as victims and several are of suspect characters. Sarah would call them something altogether untoward. Yes, Mom. Shits, the lot of them. There are tales of Red Jenny targeting criminal slavers and even assassin guilds. The benefit of having a local is that they are invested in regional concerns. Although they obviously varies, I can discern no protocol. Don't need a title to be awful and deserve it. So who is our Red Jenny? She has been amusing herself in Valroyo for some time, although it is clear from her accent that she is deeply Ferelden. She met with outright laughter my inquiry as to whether she had any special elven concerns that I could address. I have conferred with Liliana about that danger of this group, and our estimation is that this incarnation of Red Jenny is, at least, a good distraction. Ah, the scary one cares. Vivienne. Madame de Fer. Magic is dangerous, just as fire is dangerous. Anyone who forgets this truth gets burned. An assiduous and talented scholar, Vivian rose rapidly through the ranks of Montsemar's circle when made a full-fledged enchanter. She elected to join no fraternity, a decision that shocked college but may have been a calculated maneuver. When she successfully applied to be appointed enchanter to the imperial court, nearly every fraternity clamored for her favor in hopes of having a representative at the empress's ear. She was voted first enchanter of Montsemar at an age young enough to cause scandal. The circle widely regards her as the most shrewd and disciplined mage in Orlais. The Friends of Red Jenny. The Friends? Don't poke them. It's tempting, because what else can you do? But you'll never know what you'll get. Because Red Jenny, she's been around a long time. She's everywhere. And she hits hard or she hits light, but the choosing isn't up to you. You want someone to get their desserts? Save your coppers for a moral crow and know what you're getting? Notes from Sir Keiter, a traveling merchant, to his son Erbel. They're a distraction, whichever they are, keeps people busy and the lords edgy, and with the assaults not having any bearing, we've been paid to strike at guest rivals several times now. Bart should pay her a commission. My father went after her once. You want to lose your friends fast? Just say you're tracking hers. He found a report that said she was killed in Navarra. Everyone in that command, to a man, dead or hobbled, or somehow lost their claims during the winter following. Know when that was written? 52 years ago. It'll take a witch over whatever she is left. Let her pick at the nobles. I think it's nature. Recommendation of Captain Varn, private militiaman contracted in Denerim. How's it work? You tell me how to tell. Ask for something bad to happen. Eventually something does. Did she do it? Does it matter? Either way, you think you had a piece? Maybe that's enough. Interview at a Montsemar tavern. No name given. I know it was her. Keys do not simply go missing. And the horses? I suppose they were loosed quite by accident? And the fires that swept the southern quarters, the flooding in my summer home, the drop in the price of trade goods that just happened to coincide with my plans to sell my investments, the cholera I suffered last season, the weather that is inclement whenever I'm traveling. You cannot tell me all these things were mere happenstance. Perhaps your disbelief is her doing as well. You're dismissed. Everyone's dismissed. The scattered notes of Ban Markal. Sarah was never. When you can own this day, today she will fight. To keep her away, she's as rogue and a thief, and she'll tempt your fate. Sarah was never quite the wealthiest girl. Some say she lives in a tavern, but she was so sharp and quick with bow, arrow strike like a dragon. Sarah was never quite the gentlest girl. Her eyes were sharp like a razor, but she knew the ways of commoner men, and she knew just how to use them.
Good to see us all coming together to serve the Maker.
No human danger. Putting thieves to its ranks.
So, this is it, huh? Oh no, it's fine, yeah? It's just, I thought it'd be bigger. Hear that? I meant the stronghold, but it sounded like... Well, it's funny, right? Anyway, stopping wars should earn more sovereigns than this. Need things back to normal for coins to be flowing again. Another reason the Templars and mages need to be sat down.
There's more going on than that.
It's not just a war between those two.
Well, sure, the sky has a hole in it, but I can't put an arrow in that. Well, I have. Doesn't come down. That's weird. And that's the point, right? It's weird and right there, but they still want to punch each other. They're too busy to look up where the real questions are.
We'll help them all see.
That's why we're here. To help guide everyone back from the brink.
The religious ones tell you that. That's important, right? But don't make it all about that. Seems like believing too hard is what got everyone here. And here is stupid. And smells of horse. Really, what everyone needs is to get everything back to normal and proper and profitable. Sound good to you, all chosen Lord Herald?
Sounds good to me.
I'm ready to give it a shot. That's all I can ask from anyone else.
I'm in. It's an investment, yeah? Better pay off, too. Stupid war and everything. I had things to do.
Man, isn't she a handful?
Chasing the Lord Seeker, I hear. Anyone who thinks they need Lord in front of the name, that's bad. Bet he's got a portrait taller than he is. That's your first clue to a total arse. Fact.
Tell me about your background.
Tell me about yourself.
What about me?
Trained you.
You're skilled. Who taught you how to use a bow?
No one.
That seems unlikely.
What? I picked it up here and there. Mostly it just makes sense. It's not like that for you.
Not typically. That is interesting.
Usually it takes considerable discipline. Hence my question.
Hence? Look, I work at it. Practice a little. Not like Cullen and his pets. I mean, you miss, then you don't. Is it that hard to see when it's wrong?
Is it an elf thing?
Most I know couldn't find an arrow sitting on it. Right. Maybe I just make it look easy in shite company. Fact still is, no teacher.
Interesting.
Where would I find one in alleyways anyway?
Where are you from?
How about the basics? Where are you from?
Ferelden?
I got that from the accent. Where in Ferelden?
All over? Okay, fine. Denerim for a bit. South, north, wherever I want.
No ties worth mentioning?
There are no connections you want to mention at all?
Nope.
How very Canary of you.
What?
Never mind.
Good, right?
You're different for an elf.
You're not like most of the elves I've met.
Thanks, right? Or was that an insult? Suppose I could go barefoot and whine. Like that's soulless, right? Never be as good as we were. Well, who's we? I'm just fine.
You're saying get over it?
I think there's more to it than that. A few thousand years more.
Hey, someone wants to be angry about old debts, be angry. Be a terror that never lets an enemy forget. But if you're digging it up so you can wear it, that's just weird. I mean, the Dalish don't really know. They have stories, but that's all they are. It's all fancy dress, not history.
Fair.
We'll talk later.
If you say so.
Why is the codex updated? Addendum, Denerim. Sarah's claim to have lived in Denerim cannot be verified, but seems likely. The alienage there was neither stable nor secure. Many residents of the city fled the region following the Blight. Given her nature, Valrio would have seemed rife with targets. Denerim was more than its share of suspects nobility, but most were rallied against a common enemy, thanks to the efforts of the hero of Ferelden. Forced to, more like, shits and double shits. She wasn't the elven girl in the alienage that I talked to, is she? Because I don't remember her, truth be told.
Chasing mages, that's a Templar's job. A big, armoured, pissed-off helm polisher. Not too late to go find some. Or stay home.
Tell me about your friends.
You apparently have a lot of friends. Tell me about your network.
It's not mine, right? I mean, it is, but it's also everyone. Everyone who wants to shove it to nobles who hide behind gold and silk. And hats, I guess.
Okay. What does your group do?
Are you just about pranks and revenge, or is there more to it?
Well, it's a weave, right? I grease a ballroom, so a wyvern chasing Git has to hunt Sprained. Strangely, handmaids leave his vault open. His heirlooms pay off someone else. Maybe clean streets in Kirkwall, so someone gets something else. Pish, pish, pish. A lot of people eventually get help or a laugh. Or maybe someone dead, if they deserve it.
That's good to know.
Glad I met you before someone decided what I deserved.
You're no hateful ass so far. I'd just get you with a pie or something. Anyway, assassin's a bard's job, innit? No fun, that lot. They might plonk a noble, right? But only to raise another. Plus, I'm shy at singing.
Was there ever a Red Jenny?
Is Red Jenny real? Or was she always just you and your friends?
Dunno.
Don't you care?
Not if it works. I mean, red is scary because blood. And Jenny is... Look, nobody fears the bunch of people who do random stuff. And besides, it's easy. Nobles want a bogeyman because they need to believe normal people can't get at them. Numbers, right? It don't have to be so complicated.
Do you share the blame too?
Doesn't this mean people think you're guilty of more than you actually do?
Suppose. Does it matter?
Shouldn't it?
Important people kill over imagined insults. I've made more than enough real ones, so no. I don't suppose it does.
That is all. I don't think Dark would actually expect people
good,
from her.
Sir Lordy Bloomers.
Thoughts on the Inquisition?
Is the Inquisition what you thought it would be?
Calling an Inquisition is a bit much, isn't it? Does Slot even know what they're chasing? Fair question for me as well, I suppose. Everybody following a rumor. At least I'm used to that.
Any opinion about our allies?
What do you think about the people who have gathered?
Which? The ones who do things or the ones who give orders?
Solus?
What about Solus?
Solus? His head's crammed up 1,000 years ago.
Varric?
Anything to say about Varric?
Varric? Too clever. Always saying something, but never saying it straight.
Can I just say, pot, kettle, black. That can't be just me that noticed that. Anyway. Cassandra?
Thoughts about Cassandra?
Not as buttoned up as she plays, right? Tough, though. I'd stand behind her in front of anything.
Right.
What do you think about our spy master, ambassador, and commander?
Liliana is pretty in places. Swear I've seen her, too. Or heard she used to play. But that'd be mad. Now, Josephine, she's as good at humbling her kind as I am. Just with less mess. Knows her business, if you have to have it. And Cullen. I suppose if you want a jackboot, you get a big one so you can grow into it. Nice hair, though.
Vivian?
What's your opinion of Vivienne?
She's a bitch, but she knows. She better.
That's good for now.
We'll talk later.
Good, right? I'll be here.
Let's talk to Solus. See if he has anything to say.
Hello.
Goodbye.
We'll talk later.
Goodbye.
Let's go talk to Liliana.
Walk safely.
I'm listening.
Any updates?
Anything I should know?
I've nothing to report at the moment.
Carry on.
I'll leave you to your work.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with you.
Can Harry at least get me a few score nails by tomorrow?
Master Harry said I'm good at nails. He said I have a mind like a hammer.
Come back alive. It's good you've returned. We heard of your encounter.
You heard?
My agents in the city sent word ahead, of course.
It's a shame the Templars have abandoned their senses, as well as the capital.
At least we made contact.
At least we know how to approach the mages and Templars now.
Do we? Lord Seeker Lucius is not the man I remember.
True, he has taken the order somewhere, but to do what? My reports have been very odd.
We must look into it. I'm certain not everyone in the Order will support the Lord Seeker.
Or the Herald could simply go to meet the mages in Redcliffe instead.
You think the Mage Rebellion is more united? It could be 10 times worse.
We must choose soon.
Or you could stop bickering and make a decision.
I agree.
We shouldn't discount Redcliffe. The mages may be worth the risk.
They are powerful, Ambassador, but more desperate than you realize.
The problem is there's always danger. It's simply part of the job we're doing. I agree, she looks like a gremlin.
So it'll be dangerous. I've been in danger since I walked out of the Fade.
If some among the rebel mages were responsible for what happened at the Conclave...
The same could be said about the Templars.
True enough. Right now, I'm not certain we have enough influence to approach the Order safely.
Then the Inquisition needs agents in more places. That's something you can help with.
In the meantime, we should consider other options. There is one other matter. Several months ago, the Grey Wardens of Ferelden vanished. I sent word to those in Orlais, but they have also disappeared. Ordinarily, I wouldn't even consider the idea they're involved in all this, but the timing is curious.
It sounds suspicious.
It does sound odd, I agree.
The others have disregarded my suspicion, but I cannot ignore it. 2 days ago, my agents in the Hinterlands heard news of a Grey Warden by the name of Blackwall. If you have the opportunity, please seek him out. Perhaps he can put my mind at ease.
And if he can't?
Then there may be more going on than we thought.
So this is then apparently the point where the main story will take me to the section where the Grey Wardens were missing, which was the first thing I unlocked, I believe.
You return.
How are the people?
Can you tell me how our people are doing?
What would you like to know?
How are the people at Haven?
How are the villagers in Haven doing?
They are terrified.
Many of them came here because the war between the mages and the Templars destroyed their homes. In their minds, the death of the Divine has destroyed any chance of peace. To that, add the breach. Farmers have fled their fields. If we do not restore order, half of Thedas may starve.
Okay, so that is always the same.
Make her go with you.
Let me check the missions. So the Inquisitor spot. Physician's War Room. Travel to Redcliffe to make contact with the mages. The Inner Circle. Okay, the Fallow Mire, Forbidden Oasis, and then the Hinterlands, which I still have a bunch of missions to do. So let me first talk to everyone.
Please tell me if you find something. Good day to you.
Anything to report?
What do the people make of us?
Despite our fame, we're low on steadfast allies. We must aim for more.
How are our guests?
Any visiting dignitaries I should watch out for?
None in particular. Our guests are well pleased with what they've seen.
Nothing here.
You built for them the golden city, the center of all creation.
You've never been to a circle as far as I can tell, yet you're remarkably skilled. Were you self-taught?
I had help.
Another Tal Vashoth Cerebos trained me.
I had heard that magic practiced by the Kunari Talvashoth was formidable, but I never had the chance to observe it myself. In my own experience, nothing is more deadly to a young mage than a lack of knowledge, which makes the current state of things precarious. What do you imagine will happen if the circles are not restored? Do you foresee the Dalish taking us all under their wing?
This chaos harms everyone.
The war benefits no one. It must end, and order must be restored.
If only the rebels saw things so clearly. Justinia's death has shattered the balance of power in Thedas. If it is not restored quickly, countless lives will be lost.
Can I point out something interesting, by the way?
Templars, innocent people of all kinds now look to the Inquisition to decide their fate.
Can I point out that she is all about restoring the circle and all that, which is basically what she was asking, like, don't you think it should be restored and all that? Can I point out that the answer he gave was, I believe order should be restored because it's harming everyone. He never said anything about the circle. I'll do all I can.
I'll try not to let them down.
Failure is a luxury we cannot afford, my dear. For almost 1,000 years, the world believed it was in the hands of the Maker. And now many believe you are the agent of his will. Whatever the truth is, that belief gives you power.
I'll use it to change things.
If that's true, then I'll put it to good use.
I suppose we'll see. I've stolen enough of your time, my dear. Don't let me keep you.
Well, it went greatly up to only go slightly down, so net gain?
Yes?
Tell me about the circle.
I wanted to ask you about the Circle of Magi.
Of course. What do you wish to know?
Tell me about the Templars.
You must have an opinion of the Templars after living so long in the Circle.
Having opinions about Templars, my dear, is exactly like having opinions about mages or Navarans or men. I have known some who were impossible to endure and some who were utterly charming. I have suffered insults at the hands of those in the armor, but no more than I endured from nobles or tradesmen in Val Royaux. Personally, I have found the Templars a useful tool, skilled at keeping more unpleasant elements at bay.
Wasn't the Circle disbanded?
If the Circle disbanded, how can you still belong to it?
The Circle is an idea, my dear, and an idea cannot be dissolved. Many of the first enchanters voted for rebellion, caring little that anything short of a unanimous decision would pit mage against mage. Rather than dissolving it, Grand Enchanter Fiona's vote split the Circle in two. The rebels follow her, the loyalists follow me.
Okay. What was the Circle life
What was it like to live in a Circle?
My dear, your question is the root of all problems with mages. I cannot tell you. Every Circle was different. Their Templars were different, their politics unique. And every person within each tower had an experience of Circle life unique to themselves. Some people suffered and some were content. Some were cruel, some compassionate, and some indifferent. The same is true of people everywhere, in all circumstances, whether they are mages or not.
What about your experience?
So, tell me about your personal experience with the Circle.
I enjoyed life in the Montsimard Circle, my dear. It was an edifice devoted to knowledge and refinement. And there is comfort to be had, you know, in the company of fellow mages. Those born without magic will never truly understand us.
Wasn't confinement hard?
You must have been under constant supervision, being forced by Templars to live in the tower. Was that hard to endure?
My dear, I have a suite in the palace and a wing at my dear Duke Bastien's estate. I have never been forced to live anywhere. Most circles allowed mages to live away from the tower, either on their own or in service to the nobility. All that was required was permission from the first enchanter. Some circles were harsher in their restrictions. Kirkwall was the worst, but it was the exception. Most were quite permissive. Perhaps too permissive, in retrospect.
And that's where we are probably never going to agree, my dear. How did the rebellion start?
How did we come to this state where the Circle's in revolt?
A failure of perspective that infected Circle leadership. Mages lived solely in a world of Templars and mages. They could not even imagine what was beyond the tower walls. Kirkwall gave the world a reason to remember its fear of magic. A mage killed hundreds with a snap of their fingers. Across Thedas, a new tangible fear of magic grew. Commoners and nobles alike called out to the Chantry for protection. But the malcontents in the towers thought nothing of this. They cared only for themselves and for their anger at the new Templar restrictions. When a mage attempted to assassinate Divine Justinia, again, the mages protested the investigation. The leadership chose to vote on independence based on the intolerable conditions imposed by the Templars, sparing no thought to the fact that magic was more feared in the aftermath of these attacks than it had been since Tevinter's day. So long as they had their freedom, they could care little for riots, angry mobs, or about pitting mages against each other.
Never mind.
Yes?
Tell me about yourself.
I'd like to know more about you, Madame Vivienne.
Whatever would you like to know?
Where are you from?
Your accent's not Orlesian. Where exactly are you from?
I am from the Circle, my dear. One's country of origin rarely matters there.
That's
But if
fair.
you must know, I was born in Wycombe in the Free Marches. I was sent to the Ostwick Circle, but I transferred to Montsimard while still an apprentice.
How did you become a courtier?
I'm curious how a Circle mage winds up a court here.
Nobody winds up at court, my dear. It takes a great deal of effort to arrive there. I caught the eye of Duke Bastien de Ghislaine, an advantageous connection that opened many doors. When the position of Enchanter to the Imperial Court became vacant, I was able to secure it.
Oh, you married a duke.
You're married to the Duke de Ghislaine?
Of course not, my dear. Don't be ridiculous. Marriage is the business of alliance and inheritance. I'm Bastien's mistress.
Huh. What is a court enchanter?
What duties does a court enchanter have?
I am tasked with providing assistance to the Empress on arcane matters. Most of my predecessors restricted this to lighting lamps and doing parlor tricks. In such troubled times as these, however, I provide political advice to Her Majesty on the subject of the Mage Rebellion.
Alright. Also, there is a quest here. Krem?
Excuse me. I've got a message for the Inquisition, but I'm having a hard time getting anyone to talk to me.
Who are you?
Who are you, soldier?
Cremisius Aclasi with the Bulls Chargers Mercenary Company. We mostly work out of Orlais and Navarra. We've got word of some Tevinter mercenaries gathering out on the Storm Coast. My company commander, Iron Bull, offers the information free of charge. If you'd like to see what the Bulls Chargers can do for the Inquisition, meet us there and watch us work.
We welcome the help. Investigate. Tell me about your company.
What can your Bulls Chargers offer the Inquisition?
We're loyal, we're tough, and we don't break contracts. Ask around Val Royeaux. We've got references. You lead a company yourself, right? So you know talk is cheap. Come to the Storm Coast and you can see us in action.
Tell me about your leader.
What should I know about your commander?
Iron Bull? He's a Canary like you. He's big, he's got the horns and all of it. He leads from the front. He pays well and he's a lot smarter than the last bastard I worked for. Best of all, he's professional. We accept contracts with whoever makes the first real offer. You're the first time he's gone out of his way to pick a side.
We welcome the help.
I look forward to meeting this Iron Bull.
We're the best you'll find. Come to the Storm Coast and you can see us in action.
So that is another reason to go to the Storm Coast, I see. Anyway, let me do the war room first. Oh, suddenly there's a... Why is there a huge ass knife in the board? Okay. So, if I understand this right, Shady, if I choose this path, I lock myself out of the mages? Not that I'm actively going to do this now. Well, that's what I'm asking, because he hasn't chosen yet. Okay, then I'm not going to do that yet. I do not know how someone would come to this idea, but I can see the use. It is a large area to search, however. Knows what ruins a party? Bees. I know a man who teaches how to jar them safe but angry. Stingy. No good for honey, but great for throwing. He's somewhere south. Sarah has scribbled a jar of bees hitting someone in the face. Also a butt. Okay. Let me check the other ones. Before the Fifth Blight and the arrival of the hero of Ferelden, Haven was occupied by cultists who worshipped the dragon, one they believed to be Andraste reborn. Both the cultists and their dragon were long gone by the time the Chantry arrived to build the Temple of Sacred Ashes, but there may still be undiscovered passages in the mountains containing their relics. With a concerted search effort, it might be possible to unearth something useful to the Inquisition. Okay, that's between these two. A letter, addressed to Vivienne, lies open on the table. A note has been added to the top which reads, Josephine, darling, you should take care of this. V. My dearest Vivienne, you cannot have heard the shocking allegations against the Inquisition, or surely you would have never been seen with them. Allow me, as a friend, to open your eyes. People are saying that Divine Justinia is indeed alive, but that the Inquisition, her closest advisors and most trusted servants, have orchestrated all this chaos on her orders. That it was Seeker Pentagast and Sister Nightingale who sabotaged the Conclave in order to eliminate opposition within the Chantry, and cut off the heads of the Mage Rebellion and Templars in a single stroke. To save your own reputation, you must escape this acquaintance immediately. With deepest concern, Vicomtesse Elodie de Moreau. Proving the Divine's death would just be used against us. We need to find the source of this rumor. We need the support of the nobles to combat this rumor. I can arrange a few key visits. We can't prove the Divine is dead, but we could escort people to the crater to see it for themselves. Okay. I can make no sense of this. The Herald found her. Perhaps he can advise? Colin, a letter from Sarah follows. For your big hats, Lord, whoever says you're rubbish. His servants don't care, but could drop a few things for them. They'll give Josephine a surprise, I think scrolls or something. Sarah, a scribble of heraldic symbols and directions are below. Also Sarah's name 37 times. The noble. Oh, so many choices to make. The Chantry remains. The confrontation with Mother Hevara in the Valrio market had the desired effect, to a point. The Chantry's condemnation of the Inquisition was lost amid a flurry of speculation over the actions of Lord Seeker Lucius, as well as a divide in the opinions of the remaining Chantry clerics. There are, however, clerics still loudly denouncing the Herald of Andraste. The Inquisition could leave them to their speeches, but dealing with them before the Chantry elects a new divine could be of benefit. Huh, interesting. Interesting. So I'm going to start with these three missions. So I'm going to start here. And I think... I think I'll send her here.
At your service.
I'm going to let Liliana do this.
Let's see
because that is going to take more time, but it's going to get us both. And I'm going to let Colin do this, because I like the idea of, you know, he's not being aggressive, he's actually protecting them, but it's also sending a message. It's 2 in 1.
To work?
Can I help you with something?
Nothing.
Farewell.
Make a go with you. You find anything we need, let me know.
Yes?
Any updates?
Anything I should know?
I've nothing to report at the moment.
Carry on.
I'll leave you to your work.
Need something?
Never mind.
Carry on.
So we have Tevinter activity in the Hinterlands and the Templars. A learned child is a blessing upon his parents and onto the maker.
So, let me take a look at the journal. The inner circle. A lot of quests to do. Anyway, the first one is the Lone Warden. So I need to go. See, let me first select the right mission. Wait, it's in the Hinterlands? I'm sorry, Shady, I can't help it this time. I'm going back to the Hinterlands. In my defense, I have actively been trying to avoid it. Wow, Teats. Really? Really? You know what? Fuck you, Deeds. Also, I brought someone else with me just to test it out. Which does mean we are down a healer. So that might not have been my best decision. No, I brought Vivian with me.
Nothing to report, sir.
I could give her the same levels as Solas, but I feel like that would be counterintuitive. Maybe. I do like her. No, that's true. focused.
Nothing to report, sir.
Let me first get this soldier and then I can go back to...
Scouted the area.
I guess not.
Remember how to carry your shields. You're not hiding, you're holding. Otherwise, it's useless.
Blackwall. Warden Blackwall.
You're not... How do you know my name? Who said... Ah! That's it. Help or get out. We're dealing with these idiots first. Conscripts, here they come! Sorry, bastards. Good work, conscripts. Even if this shouldn't have happened, they could have... Well, thieves are made, not born. Take back what they stole. Go back to your families. You saved yourselves.
Luna.
You're no farmer. Why do you know my name? Who are you?
I know your name because I'm an agent of the Inquisition. I'm investigating whether the disappearance of wardens has anything to do with the murder of the Divine.
Maker's balls. The Wardens and the Divine. That can't... No, you're asking so you don't really know. First off, I didn't know they disappeared. But we do that, right? No more blight, job done. Wardens are the first thing forgotten. But one thing I'll tell you, no Warden killed the Divine. Our purpose isn't political.
I wasn't accusing the Wardens yet.
I'm not here to accuse, not yet. I just need information. I've only found you. Where are the rest?
I haven't seen any Wardens for months. I travel alone, recruiting. Not much interest because the Archdemon is a decade dead, and no need to conscript because there's no Blight coming. Treaties give Wardens the right to take what we need, who we need. These idiots forced this fight, so I conscripted their victims. They had to do what I said, so I told them to stand. Next time they won't need me. Grey Wardens can inspire. Make you better than you think you are.
The treaties sound powerful.
I wasn't aware Grey Wardens could take whatever they want.
It's complicated. If there's a blight, everyone has to help the effort to fight it. The treaties are ancient. Outside of blights, it's as binding as a clever tongue can make it.
Where might the
Do
Wardens
you have any
go?
idea where the other Wardens could have gone?
Maybe they returned to our stronghold at Weishaupt? That's in the Anderfels, a long way north. I don't really know. Can't imagine why they'd all disappear at once, let alone where they'd disappear to.
Why haven't you disappeared?
Why haven't you gone missing like the rest of them?
Well, maybe I was going to. Or maybe there's a new directive, but a runner got lost or something. My job was to recruit on my own. Plan to stay that way for months. Years.
Inspiring, but fruitless.
It's been a pleasure, Warden Blackwall, but this didn't help at all.
Inquisition. Agent, did you say? Hold a moment. The Divine is dead and the sky is torn. Events like these, thinking we're absent is almost as bad as thinking we're involved. If you're trying to put things right, maybe you need a Warden. Maybe you need me.
Yes.
Warden Blackwall, the Inquisition accepts your offer.
Good to hear. We both need to know what's going on. And perhaps I've been keeping to myself for too long. This Warden walks with the Inquisition.
So for the moment, this is not the team I'm going to keep, but I want to level them up real quick. Okay. Dark is also level up. I didn't. Oh my god, that is horrendous. Oh my god. Anyway. He's a sword and shield type. Well, so is she. She was just leveling something else. Yes, yes it is. Yeah. Nothing new. So let's do this now. And first, let's go to Haven. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I'm not sure who I would want in my main party, to be fair. I might keep Cassandra, because I do like the party I have now, but I might swap out Solus for Vivian. I also don't know yet what to think of Blackwall. I might give them a try. Go with different people to different locations. One thing I know for sure though, and that is an absolute.
You're enchanted of Vivienne as well. She remains loyal to the Circle and the Chantry.
So you say.
Have you seen otherwise?
And the one thing that's absolute is I'm never taking Ceres with me.
You return.
How are the people?
Can you tell me how our people are doing?
What would you like to know?
How are the people elsewhere?
Do you have information on people elsewhere?
The refugees in the Hinterlands are desperate.
I saw that mod as well. I actually like him with his beard.
Villagers in Crestwood are besieged by their own dead. They have sent word begging for assistance. People are vanishing in the hills of Emprise de Lyon. It may be demons or something worse, but they are terrified. More than that I cannot say. It is a chaotic time for all in Olay and Ferelden.
Farewell, revered mother.
Farewell.
Ambassador, I very much enjoyed your soiree, and I hope to see you at the summer cottage for our picnic luncheon next month. Do not fret about the ghastly things said about your associates. More reasoned heads will prevail, and this foolish gossip will come to nothing. Yours, Duke Cyril. before I send out, I want to... Wait, what is this? Let me check something. Oh, so on that mission I can only send Josephine. The Inquisition is in its infancy. Building an organization such as this is like building an army. You need soldiers, weapons to arm them, food to feed them, and that's just the beginning. I joined knowing I could make a difference. I have Grey Warden treaties, and these will allow us to take what's needed, when needed. We do not face a blight, but surely Torn Sky warrants as much concern. Consider it, Warden Blackwall.
At your service.
Yeah, I agree. I want to go talk to Blackwall for now. Oh, I am so close to leveling up my influence.
Good day to you.
Nothing.
Let's speak later.
Farewell.
Why does she approve?
Though you had granted them power over the very Fade itself, though they sang hymns of praise unending.
Blessed are the righteous, the lights in the shadow, in their blood the Maker's name is written.
I also just saw a mission. Oh, really? Okay. I mean, I couldn't really do much. It was the only option I had.
You hear the chantry slam the door in our faces, sir.
Didn't expect otherwise. This is like Tairn Logain and Arlim and fighting for power all over again. But instead of 2 soldiers, it's dozens of chantry clerics. Make it take
Oh, there's Blackwall. I guess he has a mission for me? No, I couldn't. Both of them were locked. Neither of them would participate in that mission. I double checked.
You know, Arthur, you actually are a good rider.
Thank you. Kindly.
Make her look at it. So much easier to ignore when it's far away.
Yeah. No.
And to actually
No,
walk
you're
out
right.
of it.
No. Okay, I
be
was
that close.
I was thinking it was because of the mission I chose to send her on. The locked one. I was lucky.
If I hadn't been saved by Inquisition soldiers, I don't know what would have happened.
Inquisition soldiers? That's not what I've heard. I have to admit, I thought you'd be...
human.
Yes.
I don't blame you.
That's not surprising. Humans are everywhere. It's expected.
It was a foolish thought. Should have known better than to say anything. It's what you do and how you do it that's important. Just one question then. How do you think you fit in with all this?
I want peace.
I just want to help stop the war. Try to put things back in order.
A worthy goal, one I'm happy to support. For me, I'll be satisfied so long as we find the bastards that killed the Divine. They owe us some answers.
I kinda like Blackwall.
I've heard rumors of abandoned warden camps all over these parts. If we have time, I'd like to take a look. See if there's anything we can salvage.
Tell me about the war. Dark. Tell me about the wardens.
Let's talk about the Grey Wardens. You must know a lot about them.
Ah, the wardens. I'm afraid we're less exciting than we seem.
What do the Wardens do?
The Blight's been over for 10 years. What do Wardens do when the world's not ending?
There is still Darkspawn. Just because we killed so many in Ferelden doesn't mean they're gone. And the world is not so peaceful that there's no use for good men with swords. Sometimes you have to figure out for yourself what the pledge to protect others really means. It's not always about just archdemons and blights.
What was your role in the Blight?
Where were you during the Blight?
I was in Ferelden, on my own like always. Quietly killed my fair share of Darkspawn too.
Why were you traveling alone?
You haven't had contact with other Wardens for a while. Why were you on your own?
It's what I've always done. Recruitment only requires one man. Besides, I've always been a loner. Works best for everyone that way.
Where have the Wardens gone?
So you have no idea where the rest of the Wardens are?
You find that odd? The Blight is over. We don't need an organized force. And orders don't change much from day to day. For the last 1,000 years or so, it's been just find Darkspawn, kill them, repeat as necessary.
We can talk later.
Let's continue this at another time.
As you wish. I'll be here if you need me. Yes?
He's a pretty stout man, isn't he? Thoughts on the Inquisition?
What do you think of the Inquisition?
I expected more. More men, better equipment. You may have Andraste's favor, but wars are won by men, soldiers.
Oh, why war at all?
Avoiding war altogether would be ideal.
True enough. Still, it never hurts to be prepared. One thing I will say about your men. They're passionate, devoted. You inspire them. Build on that foundation, and you will have an army that makes nations tremble.
Thoughts on my inner circle?
You must have some feelings about our friends.
Sarah doesn't know who she is or what she wants. Doesn't even care.
You must have some feelings about our friends.
Have you seen the stories Varric's been writing? His descriptions of me are colourful.
It is Varric.
You must have some feelings about our friends.
I fear for Cassandra sometimes. The way she throws herself into battle. I've never known a warrior like her.
You must have some feelings about our friends.
Have you seen the stories Varric's been writing? His descriptions of me are colourful, to say the least.
You must have some feelings about our friends.
Madame Vivian only allied with the Inquisition because she knows it will bring her power. The most poisonous snakes are often the most beautiful.
You must have some feelings about our friends.
Talked with Solus the other day. That man knows all there is to know about everything.
He is a smart man. He's also very secretive, which worries me sometimes.
You must have some feelings about our friends.
Don't play Diamondback with Solus. You've been warned. Taught him the game last night. He turned around and beat me at it. Lost everything. Had to walk back to my quarters with only a bucket for my bits.
You must have some feelings about our friends.
Madame Vivian only allied with the Inquisition because she knows it will bring
I think that is about everyone in my party.
Snakes are often the most beautiful.
What about our cause?
What do you think of the Inquisition's cause?
Restoring order is a goal I support wholeheartedly. But that's not the end of it, is it? Not by a half. The Lady Seeker believes we are restoring the Chantry. Others say it needs reform. I don't know where you stand on the matter, and I'll admit I haven't made up my mind either.
Your thoughts on the war?
What do you think about all this trouble between the mages and Templars?
Looking at it from where we stand, it seems inevitable. But that could be hindsight. How many of us actually saw it coming? Either way, I don't think the Chantry will ever recover.
I kinda saw it coming. Not in the explosive way it did, but I kinda saw it coming. I think I even talked about at some point how war was inevitable. Or conflict was, at least. Thoughts on my advisors?
What do you think of my advisors?
Liliana seems nice. Also a little frightening, but mostly nice.
No one's watching.
You're not saying that for my benefit, are you? Are you so certain you're being watched?
Are you so certain we aren't? I don't want to wake up with a blade in my kidneys if I can help it.
Fair point.
What do you think of my advisors?
Josephine's lovely, and craftier than you'd expect. The Inquisition could not have picked a better ambassador.
What do you think of my advisors?
Cullen. He's got the look of a man who's been through too much. He's seen the best and the worst of humanity, and I think he still struggles with where that leaves him.
Probably.
Still, I trust him to watch my back.
What about Haven?
What do you think of Haven?
It's a war camp that was once a pilgrim's refuge. It's the state of the world, though, isn't it? Holy ground turned into a battlefield. Pity about that temple. Would have been nice to see it.
That's enough talk.
We should return to our duties.
As you wish. You are, after all, in charge.
Where is this? Okay. So I guess let's go meet Iron Bull. So let's try something. So I just realized I did make one mistake leveling him. I leveled up his sword and shield skill, but I didn't actually give him any of the taunting moves, which I'll probably have to give him within the next 3 levels if I want to keep myself safe. Can I? I might have to do that with him.
Your worship, for what it's worth, welcome to the Storm Coast. I would have sent word sooner, but our efforts have been delayed.
How so?
There's a group of bandits operating in the area. They know the terrain, and our small party has had trouble going up against them. Some of our soldiers went to speak with their leader. Haven't heard back, though.
I'll look into it.
I'll do what I can to find our people.
Thank you, your worship. That's a relief. The soldiers didn't have an exact location for the bandits, but they were starting their search farther down the beach. With all this fuss, we haven't been able to conduct a proper search for the wardens either. Well, good luck, and enjoy the sea air. I hear it's good for the soul.
Dispatch for you.
Report.
What is it?
Could prove useful, sir.
Okay, let me go to Haven real quick. Doing a bit of going back and forth. Yeah, I heard it as well. Which is totally not the reason that I'm going back to Haven. To be fair, it wouldn't be a reason because Dark has fought dragons before.
Good day to you.
Researcher Monet believes these notes.
I mean, I just hadn't thought to look at it, truth be told. Yeah, that is a dragon. So, get this. So let's start by applying those, and then sword and shield style.
Nothing to report, sir.
Elf fruit. Elf fruit. Why is this dude not losing anything?
Chargers! Stand down! Prim! How'd we do?
5 or 6 wounded, Chief. No dead.
That's what I like to hear. Let the throat cutters finish up, then break out the casks. Damn, it's true. Oh, the Chantry must love you. A Canary mercenary is the herald of Andraste. Who'd have thought?
Well, you're doing well enough.
I see I'm not the only one doing well for myself. I get by. I assume you remember Cremisius Aclassi, my lieutenant.
Good to see you again. Throat cutters are done, Chief.
Already? Have them check again. I don't want any of those Tevinter bastards getting away. No offense, Krem.
None taken. At least a bastard knows who his mother was. Puts him one up on you Canary, right?
So, you've seen us fight. We're expensive, but we're worth it. And I'm sure the Inquisition can afford us.
How expensive are you?
How much is this going to cost me exactly? Wouldn't cost you anything personally. Unless you want to buy drinks later. Your ambassador, what's her name? Josephine. We'd go through her and get the payments set up. Gold will take care of itself. Don't worry about that. All that matters is we're worth it.
You definitely seem useful.
The Chargers seem like an excellent company.
They are, but you're not just getting the boys. You're getting me. You need a frontline bodyguard. I'm your man. Whatever it is. Demons? Dragons? The bigger the better. And there's one other thing. Might be useful. Might piss you off. Ever hear of the Ben Hasra?
Oh, my parents taught me of them.
I learned of the Ben Hasrath from my parents. They are the enforcers of the Canary, and the spies.
Yeah, that's them. Or, well, us. The Ben Hasrath are concerned about the breach. Magic out of control like that could cause trouble everywhere. I've been ordered to join the Inquisition, get close to the people in charge, and send reports on what's happening. But I also get reports from Ben Hasrath agents all over Orlais. You sign me on, I'll share them with your people.
Why would you admit this?
You're a Canary spy, and you just told me?
Whatever happened at that conclave thing is bad. Someone needs to get that breach closed. So whatever I am, I'm on your side.
You still could have hidden what you are.
From something called the Inquisition? I'd have been tipped sooner or later. Better you hear it right up front from me.
Oh, that is fair. Give props to that. What would you report back?
What would you send home in these reports of yours?
Enough to keep my superiors happy. Nothing that'll compromise your operations. The Canary want to know if they need to launch an invasion to stop the whole damn world from falling apart. You let me send word of what you're doing, it'll put some minds at ease. That's good for everyone.
What can you tell us?
What's in these Ben Hasrath reports you're offering to share?
Enemy movements, suspicious activity, intriguing gossip. It's a bit of everything. Alone they're not much, but if your spy master is worth a damn, she'll put him to good use.
She?
I did a little research. Plus, I've always had a weakness for redheads.
Well, he's definitely worthwhile, and we need
All right,
people.
you're in.
Excellent. Frem, tell the men to finish drinking on the road. The Chargers just got hired.
What about the casks, Chief? We just opened them up with axes.
Find some way to seal them. You're Tervinter, right? Try Bloodman. We'll meet you back at Haven.
Oh, I already saw the dragon, Shady. Get him the tank abilities, but I assume he's a two-hand user. Oh, that? No. That I didn't see. I might need to look that up separately. Sorry, I missed that. I'll watch it again on YouTube. We can watch it together. I'll look up a video. Well, Cassandra slightly disproves. Anyway, before we do anything else, I'm going to head back to Haven anyway. And I'm probably not gonna cross the 4-hour mark, so after I'm done in Haven, I'm probably going to call it up for today. But, so I shouldn't look this up?
Got good form. Cullen's putting his Templar training to good use.
Huh, how do you know he's a Templar?
Did Cullen tell you he was a Templar? He's not wearing the armor.
He didn't have to. Might not be a Templar shield, but it's a Templar holding it. He angles the shield just a bit down. Helps direct fire or acid away, so it doesn't spray right into your face. Canary learned the same thing when we trained to fight Tevinter mages. Your Templar's doing good work.
Yes, he is.
I'm impressed by what Cullen has accomplished with the troops.
Damn right. It takes time to build a group into a team, but he's got their loyalty. Now he just needs them to make a decent shield wall, and they'll be good to go. Biggest problem for the Inquisition right now isn't on the front line. It's at the top. You've got no leader, no Inquisitor.
Perhaps I
then
should
maybe
leave.
we need one. I'd be willing.
You? Huh. Why you?
I can seal rifts.
I've got the mark on my hand. I've sealed Fade rifts, and hopefully I'll seal the breach as well.
That means you have a skill. That doesn't necessarily mean you should be deciding alliances. My people don't pick leaders from the strongest, or the smartest, or even the most talented. We pick the ones willing to make the hard decisions, and live with the consequences. Who knows? Maybe you sealed the breach. The Chantry gets off its ass and all those soldiers go home and get fat.
You think?
It could happen. It won't, but it could. Can I help you?
Tell me of the Ben
I'd
Hasrat.
like to know more about your work with the Ben Hasrath.
Ben Hasrath is actually a general term. You've got the secret police who investigate problems inside our territory. You've got the re-educators who take people with problems and fix their minds. Or make them disappear. And then you've got the spies.
None sound like you.
None of those sound exactly like you.
Yeah, I was a special case. They sent me to Saharan because they needed someone who could fight and hunt down problems. That whole island was a sack of cats. Incursions from Tevinter, Tal-Vashath, and native rebels fighting both sides. And in the middle, me, trying to wrangle the rebels and restore order.
Sounds impossible.
How'd that work out for you?
About as well as you'd expect. I hunted down a lot of rebels. Lost a lot of friends to the Vince, or the Fog Warriors, or the Tal-Vashath. One day I woke up and couldn't think of a damned reason to keep doing my job. Turned myself into the re-educators.
That was brave.
Not many people would have the courage to do that.
I thought about letting some rebel kill me, but I couldn't give any of those bastards the satisfaction. The Ben Hasrath ordered me to go to Orlais, ostensibly as a Tal-Vashath, and work undercover. That's how I ended up here.
You've had a hard time.
It sounds like you had a rough life under the Qun.
What, 3 meals a day and free sex whenever I need it? I came out here for the challenge, boss. Figured I'd rough it with you savages. Anyway, Nice talking with you.
Oh boy.
What's going on?
Why the name Iron Bull?
So how did you get the name Iron Bull?
I picked it. You know how it is. Even growing up Talvashoth, your parents had to tell you about some of it, right? No names. I figure your parents chose yours the same way. Nice going on a Dar, by the way. Weapon. I like that.
Why that name, though?
But why specifically Iron Bull?
This may surprise you, but I really like hitting things. Also, it's the Iron Bull, technically. I like having an article at the front. It makes it sound like I'm not even a person, just a mindless weapon. An implement of destruction. That really works for me.
See you later, Bull.
See ya. What can I do for you?
Let's talk about being
There are a
Kunari.
few here who know what it means to be Qunari.
You're not Qunari. You're Talvashoth. World of difference.
I'm still different.
I still grew up looking like this in a world of mostly humans.
Yeah. Fair enough. You didn't turn into a murdering bandit, so I guess we're fine. You want to know anything about the Qunari? Since we're talking about them.
What's wrong with Talvashoth?
What's your problem with Talvashoth?
As Ben Hasrath, my job back home was keeping the peace, helping people live by the Qun. Talvashoth turned their back on all that, decided they'd rather live like savages. The Qun is not perfect, but at least there's some sense to it.
That's a good point. But the Qun offers no choice.
Qunari society gives its people no guidelines on how to live without following the Qun. Of course most of them turn into lawless bandits once they break away from it.
Just because I understand it doesn't make it right. They could have stayed, tried to change the Qunari from within. Instead, they gave up everything they had. Look, if you're worried I'm going to attack you, don't be. I had a lifetime of fighting Talvashoth. You're not the kind I hate.
What does Kunari mean?
The word Qunari, does it mean what we are, the race, or is it anyone who follows the Qun?
Depends on who you ask. Are you Qunari or Talvashoth? The humans and elves who follow the Qun are the Vidathari. The Qunari who break away from the Qun are Talvashoth, deserters.
And those who predate the Qun?
What about Qunari who existed before the Qun?
The people we came from. They're called the Kossith, but we don't use that word for the race. We came south to Thedas because the Kossith were... I don't know. We had to leave. The stories aren't clear. But I don't expect they look much like us. Whatever they are.
How is it growing up?
What's it like growing up under the Qun?
The Tamasrans raise us in these units of kids all our own age. They're like teachers or chantry sisters. They also help figure out what jobs we should do. They had me pegged for military work early on. When they learned I could hit stuff and lie, they started training me for the Ben Hasra.
So, no families?
You never knew your parents?
No. I know for you folks, that's a big deal. The Tamasrans were like our parents, though. Taught us to read, helped us go to sleep, all the parent stuff. I remember the one who helped me build things with blocks. She laughed when I knocked everything down.
And if Thedas fell to the Qun?
Do you ever think about what would happen if the Qunari conquered Orlais or Eldon?
Some folks, like Cassandra or Cullen, would do fine if they didn't die fighting. Those two love rules. But the mages... Can you imagine Solus trying his fade dreaming under the Qun? Or Vivian doing her political bullshit? Both Sarah and Varric would mouth off until they ended up re-educated, drugged until their minds broke. So, to answer your question, no, I don't think about it much at all.
Anyway, how do they govern?
How do the Qunari rule themselves?
It's pretty simple. We've got the matriarchy, the priesthood, and the military. The priesthood figures out how Qunari should live in theory. The matriarchy makes it work in practice. And the military keeps the Qunari safe from outside threats.
Is there much dissent?
Does it actually work like that? Is there much infighting?
Not like you're thinking of. People disagree, yeah, but the priests are there to solve disagreements. Here in Orlais, politicking comes from people putting their own gain ahead of the gains of society. If you do that among the Qunari, the Ben Hasrath set you straight, or kill you.
Do you not marry?
I heard there's no marriage among the Qunari.
Yeah, that's true. Qunari love our friends like anyone does, but we don't have sex with them.
Qunari don't have sex?
Oh, we definitely have sex. They're Tamasrans who pop your cork whenever you need it.
Wait. Really?
Seriously?
Yes. It's not a big deal like it is here. It's like, I don't know, going to see a healer. Sometimes it's this long, involved thing. It takes all day, leaves you walking funny. Other times you're in and out in 5 minutes. Thank you. See you next week.
Huh. I don't know what to say.
That sounds different.
Yep. Still, it's more fun here. Fewer rituals, more making it up as you go along. Plus, you folk have redheads. Redheads.
Day-to-day life.
How is everyday life different for Qunari?
Depends on your job, I guess. Some are just about the same. A baker in Val Royeaux gets up, gets dressed, and starts work. A baker in Parvolan does the same thing. They don't care about the Empire or the Qun. Mostly they worry about breaking eggs and hope the dough rises right.
Except that baker isn't free.
It can't be exactly the same. The Qunari have no personal freedoms.
How many personal freedoms do you figure that baker in Val Royeaux has? Life isn't about freedom. The baker in Parvolan wonders if she'll be given enough eggs to do her work. Will they come on time? Will the kitchen workers get her bread while it's fresh, or will they come late and blame her 'cause it's stale? Same crap in Val Royeaux. People are
He
just
is. He is.
See you later, Bo.
See ya.
I'm going to have a lot to read next week, but yeah, I like Iron. Honestly, so far I like 99% of the characters. There's only one I don't like. But I think now that I have a lot of my party, it's probably a good point to call it up. So let me take a moment to see if there's any additional content to share, and then I still have a big announcement to make. Is it even worth making it at this point? I don't know. It probably isn't, because the only two people watching are Thedas and Shady. And yes, Shady, I do not like the gremlin. Also, no, I don't have a gremlin fetish. Or Dark has a gremlin fetish, whatever. Oh. No. Well, originally I wanted to make an announcement, but, like, there's only two people watching, which I assume is you and Teet, so is it worth making the announcement? I'll still make it because this gets uploaded to YouTube. So the thing is... fair. First of all, let's watch if there's any additional content before I close it off. Nope, there isn't. So with that, I'm going to make a short announcement. Starting this week, I am going to change my regular schedule Whereas I normally stream only on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I will now be streaming on Sundays as well, where I will be dragging my fellow Wastelanders Thedas and Shady into the madness with me. Starting this Sunday, the three of us are going to start by playing the game Baldur's Gate 3. Unlike my usual schedule, where I'm only dependent on myself, the hours that I'm going to play is going to vary depending on the availability of my friends, but I am going to keep it up and try and at least provide a stream on Sunday where I will be playing co-op games with my friends, either with both of them or with one of them depending on availability. And that is the big announcement. So with that, I wish you all a very pleasant evening. I am going to set up a raid, and beyond that, I hope all of you will have a great day. Stay safe out there, Wastelanders. It's a dangerous world out there.